So today in the Hot Shop, we have the pleasure of watching James Mongrain, a master glassblower, who will be working on a variety of pieces today with our MOG team. Currently, we're making some seahorse stems for some goblets that we have an example here on the left side of the Hot Shop. Once again, my name is Katie. I'll be your MC today, and please let me know if you guys have any questions. So here James is just attaching a fresh hot piece of glass to the face of the seahorse and snipped it with the shears to give it that pointed nose of a seahorse. You'll notice the artist keeps placing the piece of glass inside that reheating chamber. It's important to keep the glass hot throughout this process so that it doesn't seize up and crack. We call this the glory hole. It sits at about 21 to 2500 degrees. Can we please see the Paul Stankard video?
And the narrowest hinge of my hand puts to scorn all machinery. This sentence is from one of Walt Whitman's most respected poems, Song of Myself. I'm Paul Stankard. I'd like to share with you the process and techniques that I have both perfected and developed. These techniques have enabled me to create this glass orb that I have titled Orchid Bouquet Cluster. The process that I use to create my botanical art, it's called flame working. And here I'm taking commercially available colored glasses, melting them into what I call material preparation. Here I'm making the green glass rods to press out leaves for the design. When I'm focusing on a blossom, I take advantage of colored glasses rolled into powder glasses, and that gives me a variety of shades. Here I'm focusing on the blossom. I'm taking the lip of the blossom and sealing sepals and petals onto the lip. And by heating the petals and shaping it, I'm developing a Paphiopedilum orchid. Once I have the blossom finished, I put it in an annealing oven and anneal it at 975 Fahrenheit so that it becomes stable. When I flame worked all the components, I bring them to the hot plate on my bench, and by keeping it hot with a Bunsen burner underneath, I attach the botanical components into the design. Once the components are finished into a design, I bring it to a pickup oven where it is going to be encapsulated in clear glass. My assistant is preheating clear glass to be dropped onto the colored glass design and encapsulate the orchids. We repeat the process with two halves sealed together and shaping it into the final orb. In the studio, I take advantage of two heat sources, the glory hole and the gas oxygen bench burner. The heat involved is upwards of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, shaping the glass into a sphere. By putting two halves together, I'm able to suggest the design is 360 degrees. Magnification plays an important role in the presentation of the design. Once the orb is shaped, it goes into the oven to anneal for 40 hours. Once the glass is annealed, it's then ground and polished to be finished.
So right here, Ben is bringing a fresh bit of glass on a steel pipe right over to the start of the seahorse here. So he uses the glass to create a very thin wrapped line all around the piece. This is going to help create the cross-hatched pattern that resembles the texture of a seahorse. James then puts the piece of glass into the glory hole, which is the reheating chamber, to keep the glass at a comfortable temperature so it doesn't break. This is especially important after putting a bit of glass on because it helps the glass adhere to the initial piece so it doesn't crack and break off. My name is Katie, and I'm your MC for today, so please call out and let me know if you guys have any questions throughout this process. So the seahorse design that we're making right now is apparent right here on these goblets on the light box right here. These goblet designs are for the annual Red Hot auction, which is the Museum of Glass's main fundraiser for the year. It happens every year. This year it's happening September 19th. If you're interested in learning more, please check out museumofglass.org. So here James just applied a piece of glass onto the end of the seahorse called a puntee. A puntee helps us transfer the piece of glass to one rod to another so that we can work on the opposite side of the piece. So the process of annealing is when the glass piece is finished on the blowpipe, we knock it off and put it into our ovens called the annealer. This brings the glass down from the super hot temperature slowly to room temperature over a period of time, usually about 16 to 20 hours. This allows the glass to cure so that it doesn't crack in the room temperature air. So here a molten piece of glass was just applied to the tip of the seahorse to kind of create that long seahorse nose shape. So once again, guys, my name is Katie and I'll be your MC for the day. I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. Today in the hot shop, we have the pleasure of watching James Mongrain, a master glassblower, who will be working on a variety of glass pieces today with our MOG team. Currently, we're creating some seahorse stem designs that you can see right here on the left light box. So these goblet designs are actually a limited edition item designed by our MOG team for the annual Red Hot auction. You'll see the decanters on the other light box there are also included in this. They're both the annual design for our Red Hot auction, which is the Museum of Glass's most important fundraiser of the year. So this year it's taking place on September 19th, where you can buy either of these beautiful pieces. If you're interested in learning more, you can do so at museumofglass.org. So you'll notice that the process of creating the seahorse stem for the goblet is a very slow and intentional process. Each piece of glass is delicately gathered from the furnace and applied onto the seahorse base to create each small detail. You'll see James delicately applies the molten glass and then crimps it with the crimpers to create the fins on the seahorse. So all of the molten glass that gets used to make these pieces starts from the furnace. The furnace is the tool that we use to gather the glass out of. Inside there is a big ceramic pot that holds up to 2,000 pounds of glass. So the glass sits at about 2,100 degrees and it runs 24/7, powered by gas and pressured air. So here on the left side, you'll just see he sticks a pipe into the furnace where he collects that glass up. And the texture of that molten glass is similar to honey, which allows it to adhere to the rod as he gathers it up and brings it over to collect the golden color for the seahorse. Once again, you guys, my name is Katie, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about this process. So I just got a great question. The furnaces we have in here sit at about 2100 degrees, but the reheating chambers that we use to heat up the glass, those can be anywhere from 23 to 2500 degrees. So it's very hot. We use these to keep the glass at a comfortable temperature so it doesn't crack or explode in the room temperature air. So how the glass artist reheats the glass is actually what you're watching right now. So this is called the glory hole. It is the reheating chamber that they use to keep heating that glass back up so it's at that soft, malleable texture. This is the machine that's at about 23 to 2500 degrees. So they just roll it on that rolling yoke stand. Yeah, these machines are all gas powered. They run. These we turn off at the end of the night, but the furnaces run 24/7, 365. So here James just knocks off the seahorse onto this metal paddle, which then goes into a machine called the garage. Can we please see the garage diagram? So the garage is basically an oven that we use to keep certain pieces of glass warm over an extended period of time. So we can use this to bring cold pieces of glass up to temperature so that we can keep working on them later, but it also functions as kind of a holding cell so that they can take those seahorses and attach them later to a goblet. So you guys may have noticed the beautiful collection of paperweights out in the Grand Hall when you walked in. These are from the artist Paul Stankard. It's a very intricate process of how they're made, so I'd be happy to show you guys a video. Can we please see the Paul Stankard video?
And the narrowest hinge of my hand puts to scorn all machinery. This sentence is from one of Walt Whitman's most respected poems, Song of Myself. I'm Paul Stankard. I'd like to share with you the process and techniques that I have both perfected and developed. These techniques have enabled me to create this glass orb that I have titled Orchid Bouquet Cluster. The process that I use to create my botanical art, it's called flame working. And here I'm taking commercially available colored glasses, melting them into what I call material preparation. Here I'm making the green glass rods to press out leaves for the design. When I'm focusing on a blossom, I take advantage of colored glasses rolled into powder glasses, and that gives me a variety of shades. Here I'm focusing on the blossom. I'm taking the lip of the blossom and sealing sepals and petals onto the lip. And by heating the petals and shaping it, I'm developing a Paphiopedilum orchid. Once I have the blossom finished, I put it in an annealing oven and anneal it at 975 Fahrenheit so that it becomes stable. When I flame worked all the components, I bring them to the hot plate on my bench, and by keeping it hot with a Bunsen burner underneath, I attach the botanical components into the design. Once the components are finished into a design, I bring it to a pickup oven where it is going to be encapsulated in clear glass. My assistant is preheating clear glass to be dropped onto the colored glass design and encapsulate the orchids. We repeat the process with two halves sealed together and shaping it into the final orb. In the studio, I take advantage of two heat sources, the glory hole and the gas oxygen bench burner. The heat involved is upwards of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, shaping the glass into a sphere. By putting two halves together, I'm able to suggest the design is 360 degrees. Magnification plays an important role in the presentation of the design. Once the orb is shaped, it goes into the oven to anneal for 40 hours. Once the glass is annealed, it's then ground and polished to be finished.
So I just got a wonderful question. How old is glass blowing? So glass blowing actually originates back to ancient Mesopotamia, so it's older than many, many art forms we have today. Back in when glass blowing first originated, they actually used a lot of the same methods we use today. Like obviously now we have updated means of heating up the glass, like furnaces and gas-powered heating chambers. But back then, they just used fire and wood-powered furnaces to heat their glass. But a lot of the tools and techniques are still the same from back then, which is just very amazing to think about. So here Ben just gathered a bit of hot glass, which then gets attached to the seahorse. They roll the seahorse on this rolling machine that allows them to have a very thin wrap of glass around that entire seahorse. The vertical lines that were created in the optic mold and the horizontal lines from that wrap create a crosshatch pattern that then melts in to look like the skin of a seahorse. So here James is just attaching a small piece of glass to the end of the seahorse. This is called a punty. It allows us to move the glass from one pipe to another so that we can work on the opposite side of the piece. Once again, you guys, my name is Katie. I'm your MC for the day, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. So right here in the center, you might have seen that molten piece of hot glass. He then brought it over to this bowl right here that is full of color called frit. He then dabs the hot glass into the frit to adhere that color to the outside. So now frit is actually just very smashed up pieces of color bar that have a sand-like texture so that it sticks evenly to the outside of the glass. Frit is just one method that we use to apply color to the outside of glass. So I just got a very interesting question. Under what circumstances does the glass blow up? So in glass blowing, if you're blowing a bubble and the glass is very hot, if you keep blowing into that bubble, the bubble can just expand more and more until it eventually gets cold and shatters or just spills over and pops. Alternatively, if you have, especially a blown piece, if you leave that in the open air for too long without reheating it, that glass gets too cold and it'll crack, break, or explode. Once again, my name is Katie. I'm your MC for the day, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Today in the hot shop, we have the pleasure of watching James Mongrain. He is a master glass blower. Currently, we're just finishing up creating some seahorse stems, just like right here on these goblet designs on the light box. These designs were actually made for our annual Red Hot auction, which is the museum's primary fundraiser of the year. This year, the Red Hot auction is happening on September 19th. If you're interested in learning more, you can do so at museumofglass.org. So the process of making stems for a goblet is very delicate and intricate. So they start by pressing the glass into a ribbed mold to give it texture on the outside. They then, throughout the rest of the process, they're applying bits of molten glass cutting it with shears and either crimping it with a patterned crimp or just working it with the tweezers. So you'll notice the glass artist keeps putting this piece of glass into that furnace. This is actually a reheating chamber called a glory hole that we use to keep the glass at a comfortable temperature. I just got a wonderful question. What's the temperature? So the glory hole reheating chambers here sit at about 1300 to 1500 degrees. Right now, they're somewhere in the middle, maybe 1400. However, the glass furnaces where we gather the glass out of, those sit at about 2100 degrees. So a little bit cooler, but definitely still very hot. So now a metal tray is brought over. This helps us transfer the seahorse design into the garage. Can we please see the garage diagram? So the garage is what we use to keep pieces of glass warm over time. So we can do this to either bring a cold piece up to a warm temperature so that we can take it out and keep working on it, or we just use it as a holding cell so that we can keep that glass warm before pulling it out later. All right, so how do we keep the glass from falling off the pipe when it's in the glory hole? So the artists actually are always turning the pipe. Every time in glass blowing, when you have glass on the pipe, you're always turning the pipe because that centrifugal force keeps the glass on the pipe. When it's warm, it's flowing, the hotter it is, the faster it wants to turn and fall off. So if we just stop turning, the glass would all fall off. So they actually keep it on this thing called a yoke stand. It's two little rollers that help the pipe kind of maneuver back and forth in and out of the glory hole. So while turning it, that just keeps it from falling off. So here at the Museum of the Glass, we actually have a program called Kids Design Glass. This is where we have kids young ages up to 12. They create drawings, and our museum hot shop team actually puts them to life and creates them into a glass piece. Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make two pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, I've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
Kids Design Glass applications are available in the Grand Hall at the Visitor Service Desk. Children 12 years and younger are encouraged to apply. That's a great question. So I just got a question. What are they dipping it into? So this tiny bowl over here is filled with a material called frit. So frit is just crushed up glass. This color is gold. We use this to apply color to the outside of the glass so that the entire thing looks like it has color. Like you'll see right here with this vase, this was actually used, this was colored with color bar. So they put a small piece of color bar on the outside of the clear glass, and they melt it in and encase the entire thing. So this gives the appearance that it's all blue glass, when in reality it's actually clear like this with just color on top of it. The final color of the seahorse looks a little bit like this. It's this beautiful golden yellow color, but right now it looks super orange because the glass is so hot. Once again, you guys, my name is Katie, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. Please see the optic mold diagram. So I just got a great question. How do they create the ridges on the seahorse? So they actually stuff that glass into a metal mold, which has the ridges on it that are vertical. After that, they place the pipe right here on this roller, and they attach a molten piece of glass that creates horizontal lines on the vertical lines. So that creates a crosshatch pattern that they then melt in to create that seahorse skin texture. So after they knock the main glass piece off of the pipe, there is still a little bit of glass that is left over on that pipe. So that gets placed into a water bucket where it'll eventually crack and fizzle off, and until eventually it's just the steel pipe left. So when it's just clear glass being used, we can actually recycle that by putting it back into the furnace to melt into the big pot of clear glass, but when it's colored, unfortunately, we cannot recycle that. So here James just applies a molten glass bit and crimps it with the crimping tool to create one of the wings of the seahorse. He then delicately pulls it along with the tweezers to get the exact shape that he wants. So you'll notice the artist keeps putting the glass in and out of this machine right here. So this is actually called a glory hole. It is the reheating chamber to keep heating up the glass. There's no glass inside here, but it sits at about 23 to 2500 degrees. So very, very hot. It's important to keep the glass at a nice warm temperature because if it gets too cold, it will crack, break, or explode right off the pipe. Can we please see the goblet anatomy, Graham? So when we create goblets, each piece is made separately, and it's held inside this garage here, which keeps all the pieces at a warm temperature. So typically they start by making the stem because it's the most intricate part, and then they attach a little piece of glass called an avolio. This attaches the stem part to the actual drinking vessel. After that, they just apply small glue bits of glass in between the bottom of the stem and the foot. So it's definitely a very deliberate and careful process. It takes quite a lot of time. So typically when creating goblets, they'll make a lot of pieces of one part. So they'll make a lot of stems and then a lot of cups, and so that they can assemble it all together at the end. All right, so how long does it take in the learning process to get a feel for the flow and the temperature and these kinds of things? So this really varies depending on what you're making. With something like a goblet, that's definitely a very advanced technique. So just starting out making even simpler goblets, you'd probably be at least 2 years into your glass blowing adventure before you're kind of like learning enough skills to be making goblets successfully. But for goblets of this level, where it's the super intricate stems and the super, super thin feet and cups, that is gonna take, it can take decades even. Really, yeah, it's a lifetime. You never stop learning, you're always improving.
Some people never get good. Some people do glass for 30 years and never get good. And they call themselves masters. Yeah, I like to say, like, after about 5 years you think you're good, after about 10 years you actually start to get good, after about 20 years you realize you suck.
I understand that process.
So I just got a great question. What is the success rate with these goblets we're making? So James has actually made literally over thousands of goblets. He's been doing this for a very, very long time. But even after doing it for so long, glass is such an unpredictable medium that it can break. If it gets too cold, it can break, it can shatter. Sometimes things just aren't predictable. However, because he's so experienced, this is actually kind of a rare thing. Like, so you guys are all getting the inside scoop. This is like rare experience for you guys. As for like the specific success rate, I don't know about that, but I'd assume, I don't know, I want to say somewhere like, I would think probably, I should probably ask. So right here, Ben just brought over a molten bit of glass, and the pipe is on a roller, which is creating a wraparound glass effect on the initial piece. So those vertical lines from the optic mold and the horizontal lines from that glass bit he just put on, that creates a cross-hatched pattern that's then melted in to look like the skin of the seahorse. So everything in the hot shop starts in the furnace. Those are these big machines right here and here on the side that holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass in a ceramic crucible. So they gather that up out of the rod, and because molten glass is so thick, you're about to see right here, the pipe just picks it up just easy, just like honey. So these furnaces are actually recharged every few days. They add solid glass pellets into the furnace and melt it down. Can we please see the recharging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So you'll also notice the glass artist uses the glory hole as a reheating chamber to keep the glass warm. So the glory hole doesn't contain any glass, and it's actually powered by natural gas. It sits at about 2100 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So this, unlike the furnace, it's not running 24/7. This has to take time every morning to come up to temperature so that it's ready to reheat that glass. So if you're enjoying watching this glass blowing process, you can actually see it from any time at the Museum of Glass live stream we have. You can also look at the Museum of Glass YouTube channel online if you're interested in watching some of our videos from home.
So are you just the master of ceremonies, or do you get to operate in this?
So I'm If you're enjoying watching this glass blowing process and you're interested in creating glass, we offer 2 experiences here at the Museum of Glass. You can do glass tile workshops within the education studio, and we also have by the furnace experiences here in the hot shop, where you can actually get your hands on the glass and use the tools. You're heating up the glass, you're actually creating real glass pieces to take home with you. So if you are interested in either of these programs, you can sign up and register online at museumofglass.com or at the admissions desk in the Grand Hall. So right here, Nick just put on some Kevlar gloves and flashed it right in front of the glory hole so that he can pick up this small seahorse design, flame work the bottom, and carefully put it away. So here James just has hot glass on the end of a hollow blowpipe. He marvers it to put it into the right shape before blowing air into the pipe and capping it with his thumb. That pressure forces the air up into the glass where it can expand to create a bubble. This is called a starter bubble in glass blowing. Every blown piece begins with the starter bubble, whether you're making something that is just one layer of glass like these seahorses here, or if you're making a giant vase or a wavy bowl. You start with the starter bubble before carefully building up layers of glass in the furnace. So right here, he's using a tool called the jacks. We use the jacks to create indentations in the piece. So right here, he just carved in 2 lines with the jacks. One is kind of the neck of the seahorse, and the other is the jack line. So the jack line is what we use to separate the piece from the blowpipe later on in the process. So you'll notice the glass artist uses the glory hole as a reheating chamber to keep the glass warm. The glory hole doesn't contain any glass and sits at about 21 to 2300 degrees. Right here, Ben just grabbed a fresh gather out of the furnace and is applying it on the seahorse body with the roller wrap. So the vertical lines of the glass from being in that mold with the horizontal pattern of the glass wrap melts in to create a crosshatch pattern that resembles the texture of a seahorse. So you'll notice over here on the light box on the left side of the hot shop, we have the seahorse goblets that are completed. So these are actually a design that the team created for the annual Red Hot auction, which is our museum's primary fundraiser of the year. So we have these, and we also have the decanter design. So each year for this auction, they design a limited edition decanter and goblet to be sold at this auction. This year, the auction takes place September 19th. If you're interested in learning more, you can do so at museumofglass.org. So right here, you'll see James is applying a puntee to the end of the seahorse. A puntee is a small piece of glass that is used to transfer the glass from one rod to another so that they can work on the opposite side of that piece. So I just got a really nice question. What is the roles of everyone on the hot shop floor? So the main glass blower who is sitting in the bench and creating the piece, that is called the gaffer. So today James is the gaffer and everyone else functions as sort of an assistant to the gaffer. So depending on how many people you have on a team, people could have specific jobs or they could kind of be a catch-all assistant and kind of do everything. So today, because we have so many people, we're having, everyone kind of has a specific job here. So we'll usually have someone who is taking flashes for the gaffer so that they don't get too tired standing up, especially when it's like a bigger piece. We'll also have, for bigger pieces, we'll have an assistant who shields the gaffer with the paddle when the piece is getting too hot. When we make a big piece and we need to open doors on the furnace or on the glory hole to fit the piece inside, we'll have someone functioning those doors as well. But today, because we're creating stems for goblets, the piece isn't so big, so not as many assistants are needed. Once again, you guys, my name is Katie. I'm your MC for the day, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. So when the artist is heating up the piece inside the glory hole, how do they know when to pull it out and to move on to the next step? So while it's hard to see from the audience, when the artist is heating the glass inside the glory hole, they can see the glass moving. So as it heats up, it'll start to move faster and become more malleable. So the artist knows when it is getting too fluid, so they know when they need to take it out and it has enough heat to do the step that they need to do. So that kind of thing comes with experience. Definitely when you're first starting out, that might be something that you need to learn, but with our glass blowers on the floor here, they've had several years of experience, so they know exactly when to take it out. I just got another great question. When glass makers are making these pieces, how do they know what to make? Are they following a pattern, or is it just coming off the dome? So for something like this, this is a planned design for the auction. So for something like when our resident team is creating these, they have a plan that they've already thought out like a weeks in advance. So that is steps that they're following to create that. However, right here, James has a lot of experience making goblets in the past. So he's trained for years with other Italian glass blowers to create or to collect all of these amazing skills. So something like this is kind of second nature to him, to a glassblower with this experience. So it's less of following a set of steps, and it's kind of just a learned process. If you're enjoying watching this glass blowing process and you're ever curious to know what's happening here in the hot shop, we live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at museumofglass.org under the Hot Shop tab or on our YouTube Museum of Glass channel. So feel free to check it out if you're ever not here and you're just curious on what's going on. So you'll notice the glass artist uses the glory hole as a reheating chamber to keep the glass warm. The glory hole doesn't contain any glass and is at about 21 to 2300 degrees. It's important to keep the glass warm because if it gets too cold, it can pop or explode. Right now on this metal tray, there is some tiny little glass dots, which are actually the eyes of the seahorse. So they just stick those right onto the hot glass and give it a quick flash so that everything melts in. So you'll notice Nick on the left side is collecting glass out of the furnace. So the furnace contains a large ceramic crucible that holds up to 1,000 pounds of glass. This glass sits at about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's that very hot molten texture. Because the glass is so hot, it moves kind of like honey, which allows the pipe to just keep picking up that glass and building up more layers. Once again, you guys, my name is Katie, and I'll be your MC for the day. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. So today in the hot shop, we have the pleasure of watching James Mongrain, a master glassblower who will be working on a few different glass pieces today. Currently, we're working on these seahorse stems to these goblets right here. So if you want to come up and take a closer look, you'll see some of those details. But right now, we're about halfway through this process. We've just put on the first fin of the seahorse, and we have a molten glass bit that gets coated in some gold coloring frit before being heated up in the glory hole and attached right back onto the seahorse. So frit is just one of the ways that we add color to glass. It's crushed up bits of color bar that kind of resembles sand a little bit. So that texture just sticks right onto the hot glass. Once we heat it up, it melts all the way in and just looks like one color of glass. So you'll see Nick just gathered a fresh gather of glass out of the furnace, which sits at about 2100 degrees. He then adds a layer of gold coloring to the glass before heating it up in the glory hole to stick right on that seahorse. Creating the seahorse stems for goblets is a very careful and intricate process. To make these seahorses, they start by pressing the glass into a ridged mold before adding bit after bit to create this super detailed piece. The artist uses tools such as crimps and the tweezers and shears to create all those little patterns on the glass. Once again, you guys, my name is Katie. I'm your MC, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have about the glass blowing process. So here they just place that seahorse onto a metal tray before torching the bottom, torching that cut mark with the torch to smooth out any of those sharp edges. They then put it into the garage where it'll stay warm so that they can take it out later and attach it to a goblet. All right, everybody, thank you for coming in and enjoying these glass blowing demos for us. Our artists are about to go on lunch now, but we'll be back at 2 p.m.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses 2 pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of spherical elements, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here, 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet. We only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things, where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history.
Yeah, I want to go from the balconies there.
The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop. Pulling. Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part, and then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really have, you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. A little bit of heavy fix? Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. Yeah, left side. Can you do one more? Yeah, I got it.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I wanted to try, I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you can see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the visiting arts program, working with curatorial closely. Is having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punting it up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful, you know?
No. Yeah, so now we're gonna put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cap? I could have kept it more. I'm gonna need some rabbage. Rabby. You can call me Nancy. I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it? Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. You can go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm gonna get out real quick. Hui. Have me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so childhood cartoons and old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of these black and white stripes and these crazy busy patterns. Glass was a wide open lane. When I first started blowing glass, just doing research on famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So my search results generated Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that that needs to change. So instead of looking into them, it's just becoming one myself. I was so it's like a beam. I usually make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's it's not funky enough, So making it a little more funky, adding this crazy wild pattern and some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy, and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still straight, it's straight here and straight here, but it's a little funky in there. And then you're still using those traditional techniques Marini and cane, and then the Encalmo technique, but then trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, is that paint or is that opaque?
It'll be opaque, so opaque color. So the first color, type effect. And then also like planning to like, how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like those, my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation, so we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing, you know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape, and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizada Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural, our cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's, you know, it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make Morini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides, so I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studios, I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. yeah, I can't wait to make rondels with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondels. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondels we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondels with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondels. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It just looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It was very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together, so as the neon went through it optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
They are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color out. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gathers. If you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great. That's how it works.
I might want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's
is
too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice.
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first poll. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just gonna do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right? This smallish thing?
Yeah. So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like.
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah, it could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I'm just. So, 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay.
Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Whidbey Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle, where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. Patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand, so when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I start glass blowing, I always do figurative object because I'm very into cartoon children books because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first start, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned. And I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Robin, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like pre-teeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
So if you look over on the left side of the hot shop, Ben is just heating up a piece of color called color bar. Color bar is just one of the ways that we color glass in the hot shop. Can we please see the color bar video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So today what we're making is this nice red vessel here. So it has a transparent red coloring with a sheer gold detailing on the outside. So today we'll be recreating that. The first half of the day we made a lot of seahorse stems similar to what you see right here on the right side of the hot shop. So today in the hot shop we have the pleasure of watching James Mongrain, a master glassblower who will be working on a variety of pieces today with our MOG team. Currently we're working on making this red vessel that we have displayed right here on the marver. We've just heated up some color bar that will then be applied to this clear glass bubble to give that red color. My name is Katie. I'm your MC today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. So you'll see over on the left side of the hot shop, Sherry uses the diamond shears to cut that color bar off over the clear bubble. She'll then spend the next few moments smoothing out that melted color bar over the top of the clear glass. Color bar gives the finished appearance of an entirely colored glass, just like this red piece right here, when in reality, it's really just the outside layer of that glass is colored. and the rest is clear. So you'll notice on the left side of the hot shop, Sarah keeps putting the pipe with the glass into this machine. This is called the glory hole, and it functions as a reheating chamber to keep the glass warm. The glory hole doesn't contain any glass and is about 21 to 2300 degrees. It's important to keep the glass at a comfortable temperature because if it was just left out in the open air, it would crack or explode. So the heat just keeps it nice, warm, and fluid. Once again, my name is Katie. I'm your MC for the day, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have about this process. So on the left side of the shop, that move that Sarah just did is called blowing and capping. So she blew air into the pipe and capped it with her thumb. That pressure is forcing the air through that pipe up into the hot glass where it expands into a bubble. That bubble is called a starter bubble, and it's the initial point for any blown piece in the hot shop, whether you're making a piece with just 2 gathers or a 6 gather wavy bowl. Everything starts with an initial starter bubble. So now you'll see Sarah is gathering out of the furnace. Everything we do in the hot shop starts in the furnace. Can we please see the furnace slide? So the furnace is a large ceramic tank that holds up to 1,000 pounds of hot glass. It rests at about 2,100 degrees. When the artist dips the pipe into the clear glass, it has the consistency of about honey because it is so hot. That allows the glass to adhere to itself, so as she turns the pipe, it's building layer of glass. Throughout the process, she'll go back and take more gathers, and that is just building the mass of the glass even more. Sarah's now using a tool called the block to shape the glass. This is just a wooden tool which is hollowed out in the center to help give the glass a rounded, even shape. This is important because it's melting that first layer of glass into the second layer of glass, giving one nice even heat. This allows the bubble to expand evenly as she blows into the glass. So the metal rods that the glass blowers are using are made out of steel, I believe. So you'll see Sarah is now taking another gather of glass over that initial start she has. So when she pulls it out, it's going to be super bright, super hot, and just an obscene amount of glass. She's then going to carry it over to the pipe cooler where she can cool down the pipe with water. Can we please see the pipe cooler drawing? All right. So the pipe cooler is basically a water fountain that shoots water along the pipe to cool it down, because as you add more glass to the pipe, as Sarah just did, that heat really starts to travel up the pipe to your hands and makes it super hard to handle. So this just keeps it comfortable for everybody. So here he's just shaping the glass on the marver. So the marver is made of metal, and that is taking the heat out of the piece and allowing just the tip of that glass to become cool. When glass blowing, it is helpful to have certain parts of the glass less hot so that when we add air into it, those parts aren't blowing out as much. You'll see here in a minute, he's now blowing into the glass, and you'll see that this is just blowing up the shoulder of the glass rather than the entire piece. James is now using a tool called the papers to shape this glass as Sarah blows it up. The papers are just newspapers that are folded up and soaked in water. This is the closest that a glass artist can get to actually handling the glass with their hand. The papers just allow them to shape the glass without grabbing any hard edges that you would get with the jacks. Once again, just let me know if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer. So how long do the artists know to work on it before they have to flash it again? So when they put the glass into the reheating chamber to give it some more heat, we call this a flash. Now, when they're out here working on the piece, the glass is nice and fluid because it has that heat. So the longer they leave it out of the furnace, the colder it gets. So you can't really do any moves on the glass. You can't work it if it's cold. So once it starts to stiffen up and turn into a duller color, they know it's time to flash it again. So James is now using the jacks to make the jack line of the piece. The jack line is the initial break-off point that we will use to remove the piece from this pipe later on in the process. So now because this piece is so big, as it starts to heat up, it wants to move because it's getting hotter. So they have to open more doors of the glory hole so that they can safely move the piece in and out. So next, Sarah's gonna take a dip inside the furnace to gather a fresh molten piece of glass. She's then going to apply this bit onto the piece while Gabe rolls over it with a ribbed tool to create little tiny bumps on that line of glass. So Sarah just applied some gold leaf onto that clear glass to give it a nice gold color before gently applying that onto the piece. Wow. Beautiful. So they just use teamwork just like that to create that ribbed pattern all around the piece. So here they just repeat that process one more time, going vertically to complete this pattern here that we have displayed on the marver. It might be hard to see from all the way in the audience, but this pattern has little bumps across those tiny little lines. So why do the artists cut the bit of glass with the shears before applying it? This just helps them get a pointier tip so they have a smaller line. Like if they were gonna put that entire glob of glass on, it'd be super thick and there'd be one big dot kind of at the bottom. This just helps to have a more precise starting point. So you'll notice on the color of this piece, it looks kind of like a muggy purple or brown color, when in reality it will end up being this same vibrant red. This is because the glass is so hot. The heat kind of shifts the way the color looks in the moment, but after we put it into the annealer and it cools it down to room temperature over a period of 18 hours, this piece will be that same vibrant red. So right over on the left bench, Gabe is creating what is called a punty. A punty is a small piece of glass on the end of the pipe that gets attached to the bottom of the blown piece. This allows us to remove the glass from the blowpipe, transferring it to another rod so that the artist can work on the other side of the glass. He uses this torch called a fluffy torch, which allows him to spot heat the moil. So the moil is that piece of the glass between the pipe and the actual glass piece on the end. So that moil is getting flashed in and out of the furnace, but for the most part, the heat isn't being directed at it. That's because we want that piece to stay colder than the rest to keep everything kind of on center. However, if the moil starts to crack, then it can risk the rest of the piece breaking. So it's important to spot heat the moil with the torch to keep everything relatively a similar temperature. So you'll see he now applies the punty to the bottom of the glass piece, centering it with the tweezers. Next, he'll apply a few drops of water to the jackline of the piece before giving it one gentle tap, releasing the piece from the pipe. This allows him to work on the other side of the piece. Once again, my name is Katie, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. So here he uses some tweezers to pinch that lip of the glass while pulling it out. This lengthens and thins out the lip of the piece so that he can cut it off later for a more even and thinned lip. So here he just uses the jacks to further stretch out and lengthen that lip. Just a few gentle knocks takes that piece of glass right off. Here Sarah's using a tool called the Soffietta. This allows us to blow air into the glass from the other side. When the glass is on a blowpipe, you can just blow right through the pipe. But because we've already transferred it via the punty, the only way to get air into the piece is with this tool. So what do we do with the extra glass after these pieces? So with colored glass like this piece right here, extra scraps from that unfortunately cannot be recycled by putting it into the furnace. When we have clear scraps, those can be recycled just by throwing it back into the furnace because the furnace holds clear glass. With this colored glass, hypothetically it is possible to put it into the annealer or the garage and bring it back down to temperature to save it, but in practice it just doesn't make that much sense to do, so it typically ends up being thrown away at the end of the night. Once again, James is just using that fluffy torch to spot heat the front of the piece so that he can open it up with the jacks. So usually when opening up the lip of a piece, the artist will do it from inside the bench, but because this piece is just so large and so hot, the easiest method is to do it from outside the bench. This allows him to get a little bit closer to that lip and see what he's doing without being overwhelmed by the insane heat of this piece. So here he's just using the paddle and the jacks to create a nice flat foot on that piece. So this piece will end up being annealed overnight at about 900 degrees. Depending on the thickness of a glass, the thickness of a piece, a glass can take up to, it can take years in some cases to anneal a piece. Pieces that are super big and very, very thick, like solid glass, takes much longer to anneal because it has to be very, very, very slowly brought down to temperature, whereas pieces like these goblets or these decanters can take a few hours, typically about 10 hours to anneal, more like 16, but we just bring it down overnight and we take them out in the morning. Right there, they were just measuring the size of the opening and seeing if the topper to this piece will fit inside. It's ace. So right here we have a beautiful, wow, this is just amazing. It's plated in gold leaf, if you can see here. Probably from the front row you'd be able to get a better look at it. So this beautiful piece is a dragon sitting right on top of this red bulb that is the top of it is the top to the decanter. So if you're in the front row and you feel like coming down to check it out, you can see all the little details and all the texture on this piece that will complement the bottom. So right here, they're just applying the round bits of glass before stamping it with the brass stamp to give it the sort of bubbly, it kind of resembles a raspberry texture almost, if you want to think about it like that. Those details on the piece. Once again, you guys, my name is Katie, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. So currently this piece does not have a name yet, but maybe one day. So, as the piece is annealing and cooling down, does it shrink or is it true to size? So the piece is actually, this is exactly how it'll be when it comes out, except the colors will adjust a bit. So all the annealer is doing is just cooling it down. It's not affecting the actual, there's no like reaction with the color. It's just the heat which makes it look that way. So on the right side of the hot shop, Sarah's just suiting up to get ready to catch this piece to load it into the annealer. So he's just giving the bits on that piece a little extra love with the torch because small bits like that tend to like to separate from the piece if they're not adequately heated. So by taking the flashes and torching them, we're kind of protecting them from that. Next, he adds just a few drops of water onto the punty of the piece before giving it a very light tap. And now the piece is away into the annealer. Can we please get a round of applause for this beautiful piece? If you guys saw those beautiful paperweights in the Grand Hall, I'm sure you might have a few questions about how that is made. So I'm going to play a video. Can we please see the Paul Stankard video?
And the narrowest hinge of my hand puts to scorn all machinery. This sentence is from one of Walt Whitman's most respected poems, Song of Myself. I'm Paul Stankard. I'd like to share with you the process and techniques that I have both perfected and developed. These techniques have enabled me to create this glass orb that I have titled Orchid Bouquet Cluster. The process that I use to create my botanical art, it's called flame working. And here I'm taking commercially available colored glasses, melting them into what I call material preparation. Here I'm making the green glass rods to press out leaves for the design. When I'm focusing on a blossom, I take advantage of colored glasses rolled into powder glasses, and that gives me a variety of shades. Here I'm focusing on the blossom. I'm taking the lip of the blossom and sealing sepals and petals onto the lip. And by heating the petals and shaping it, I'm developing a Paphiopedilum orchid. Once I have the blossom finished, I put it in an annealing oven and anneal it at 975 Fahrenheit so that it becomes stable. When I flame worked all the components, I bring them to the hot plate on my bench, and by keeping it hot with a Bunsen burner underneath, I attach the botanical components into the design. Once the components are finished into a design, I bring it to a pickup oven where it is going to be encapsulated in clear glass. My assistant is preheating clear glass to be dropped onto the colored glass design and encapsulate the orchids. We repeat the process with two halves sealed together and shaping it into the final orb. In the studio, I take advantage of two heat sources, the glory hole and the gas oxygen bench burner. The heat involved is upwards of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, shaping the glass into a sphere. By putting two halves together, I'm able to suggest the design is 360 degrees. Magnification plays an important role in the presentation of the design. Once the orb is shaped, it goes into the oven to anneal for 40 hours. Once the glass is annealed, it's then ground and polished to be finished.
So if you guys see these pieces right here displayed on the light box, we have these goblets that have seahorse stems and these decanters right over here with these clear glass bits on the sides. These designs are actually the limited edition design for the Museum of Glass's annual Red Hot auction. So this auction is the museum's primary fundraiser of the year. This year it's happening September 19th. So these pieces will be sold there. If you guys are interested, feel free to look more at museumofglass.org. So right here on the left side of the shop, Gabe is heating up a piece of color bar. Color bar is just one of the ways that we add color to clear glass. Can we please see the color bar video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So right here on the left, Gabe is just getting ready to serve that melted color bar to Sarah to complete the color overlay on that clear bubble. So right here in the museum, we're going to be making a rondelle. This is essentially a very big plate that will be a perfect circle that's going to be waved out at the end. Super exciting to see. You guys are going to want to stick around for this one. Once again, you guys, my name is Katie. I'm your MC for today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. So right here you'll see Gabe is taking a gather out of the furnace. So everything we make here in the hot shop starts in the furnace. Can we please see the furnace slide? So the furnace is a large ceramic tank that holds up to 1,000 pounds of hot glass. It rests at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So dipping the steel pipe into the furnace is like dipping a spoon into a jar of honey. Because the molten glass is so hot and thick, it adheres to itself and allows the artist to build up layers of glass. The furnace runs 24/7, 365. It doesn't even take Christmas off. However, our glory holes here, we turn those off every night at the end of the day. Can we please see the glory hole slide? So you'll notice throughout the process, the artist uses the glory hole as a reheating chamber to keep the glass at a comfortable temperature. It's powered by natural air and forced glass and sits at about 23 to 2,500 degrees. If the artist were to let the glass get too cold in the open air, it would crack and potentially explode. So reheating it in the glory hole just keeps it at a comfortable temperature. So see on the left side of the hot shop, Sarah just did a step called blow and cap. This is where we blow air into the pipe and cap it with our thumb. This pressure forces the air up the pipe into the glass where it expands to create a bubble. This initial starter bubble is the first step for every blown piece in the hot shop. Whether you're making a 2-gather vase or a gigantic 6-gather wavy bowl, it all starts with the initial starter bubble. So right here on the middle bench, we're beginning to create the punty. Typically, a punty is something you'll make near the end of the piece so that you can transfer the piece from one pipe to another. But because the rondelle we're making today is so gigantic, we're going to need a bigger punty. So this is the first layer of glass on the punty. We are then going to create the second layer of glass on the punty by gathering out of the furnace. Then we shape the punty into a nice bullet shape to get a smaller tip that can adhere to the bottom of the piece. For a rondelle, it's important to have a punty that can withstand a lot of wear, because we need to spin the rondelle out so that it's one big flat plate. And to do that, you have to turn the pipe a lot, so you do not want to risk having a punty that can't do the job. You want something that can be warm and withstand the abuse. Okay, so how do the artists know when it's time to put the piece back in the glory hole? So as we take periodic heats, these are called flashes. So the artist knows when to flash the piece because it will be too cold to work on. Once they heat up the glass, you'll notice like on the left bench over here, it's super bright. It's orange and it's flowing and moving, so they have to turn really fast to keep it on center. As the piece is out in the open air, it'll turn more close to the clear color, so it'll get darker, muggier color, and it will seize up and get super stiff, so they can't work on it. So that's how they know when it's time to heat it up again. So we just got a good question. Is there a certain size to where we won't be able to put the disc back in the glory hole? The answer is yes. So we are going to have the big mass of glass. They're going to open all of the doors on the glory hole to wave out this piece. So if they waved it out too big to a point where it's bigger than the glory holes we have here, they wouldn't be able to flash it again, and they'd have to take it straight away to the annealer to cool down overnight. I'm not sure exactly the measurement that this is going to end up being, but it will probably end up being around the size of the biggest door on the glory hole, which you will see later in this process. So you'll see over on the left bench, Sarah's using a tool called a block to shape the glass into a nice rounded shape. This is important because it melts the second layer of glass into the core first layer of glass, so that as they begin to blow up the piece, it blows out evenly and doesn't expand all strange and get popped in the end. This just assures that the setup for the piece is nice and stable. So as you can see on the left bench, as Corey blows up this piece, it starts to expand. That is the air expanding the bubble. So right now they are letting the piece cool down so they can take another gather on this. If the piece was too hot and they tried to take a gather and put more glass on it, it would just drip out into the furnace and create a huge mess. So here, having it the right temperature allows the glass to build up those layers and adhere to itself. So after taking that giant mass of glass out of the furnace, Sarah brings it over to the pipe cooler so that they can cool down the pipe with the water, because as you add more glass to the end of the pipe, that heat begins to travel down quick. And it's way too hard to handle a glass, especially of that size, when the pipe is hot. So we cool it down so they can handle it. Now here they just place the glass inside the block so that they can give it the nice rounded shape. So here now Ben goes into the furnace to get yet another gather, just adding to the enormous size of this piece. He then strips some of the glass off into the clear glass trash to remove just a small fraction of the mass. He then brings it over to the pipe cooler to take away some of that heat and give the glass a chance to kind of set up and cool down a little bit. He now brings it over to another block to shape the piece. Whoa. Now, because this piece is so big, they have to have someone on the door ready to open it as they come out with the piece. James now hangs the piece off of the marver and blows into it, expanding the glass. He then marvers the glass into an angled shape. So when he blows the piece up, it's blowing up the shoulder of that glass and not so much the entire front. This move ensures even thickness among the piece. If he didn't marver it and just blew into it, the bubble would travel all the way out the front and create a very thin spot at the top of the glass, while the back would be super thick. James now uses a tool called the papers. The papers are just folded up newspapers that have been soaked in water. This tool allows the artist to get their hand as close to the glass as possible without burning themselves. So now the artist is getting ready to put in the jack line. The jack line is the initial break-off point where we'll break off the piece later in the process. He heats up the jacks and applies beeswax to the blades so that they can glide easily along the glass without catching or creating a screeching noise. So you'll see Corey is using the paddle to shield his hand from the glass, because as you can imagine, that giant orange molten glass is very hot on the hand. He carefully angles the pipe so that the glass is lengthening itself with gravity while putting the jack line in. He then further shapes it with the papers while blowing air into it to blow up the shoulder. No, that's good. So what kind of glass do we use? So the glass we use in the hot shop is a mixture of sand, silica, and soda ash. So it is possible to blow glass with recycled glass bottles. They actually do this down at Hilltop Artists. But in here we get our glass in it's called batch. So we get these little pellets of glass in huge bags that we then throw into the furnace that melts it down so that we can use it. Can we see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So right here we have the big glass mass propped up by a rod because it would just be way too heavy to handle any other way. So when you guys see giant glass pieces and you're wondering, how do they make that? How could they possibly lift that heavy instrument? You're seeing it right now. We use a lot of tools like this cart here to transfer the glass from one area to another. So right now, James is using the fluffy torch to specifically spot heat the moil area of the glass. The moil is that clear bit of glass between the pipe and the actual shape. This is kind of the connecting point, and sometimes it's easy for it to lose heat as it's not the focus of the piece. So it's important for us to keep heating it so that there's no cracks or chips in the moil that can transfer to the piece. Because this piece is so big, the artists have to use all these supplemental tools just to be able to move the piece around the shop. Now, because those doors of the glory hole are open, it's very hot, and they have to use all of these types of shields to be able to take the glass from one area to another. Once again, you guys, my name is Katie, and I'm your MC for the day. I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. So here they just cool down the very tip of the piece so that everything else except that part is blowing out as they add air into the piece. So today we are making a rondelle. So this is basically a very big plate. So at the end they're gonna spin it out and it's gonna be really crazy to watch. You're gonna wanna stick around for this one. It's gonna be one giant plate. Ooh, okay. So from start to finish, I'd estimate this process probably takes around, I wanna say 40 minutes. So the machine they keep putting the glass back into is called the glory hole. This is the reheating chamber for the glass. So if they leave the glass out of the glory hole for too long, it gets cold and then it cracks. So keeping it at the correct temperature, hot and fluid, allows them to change the shape of the piece while blowing it up, and it also keeps it from cracking. So now they're just creating the shape of the piece so that they can add a punty to the bottom, transferring it from this rod to another, where they'll eventually spin out the piece. So here on the left side, you'll see Gabe gathering a gather of glass on the rod. He's putting what's called a button on the bottom of the piece. This is so that we're not attaching the punty directly to the bottom of the glass. This creates a barrier between the glass and the punty so that when we break it off in the end, it doesn't risk shattering the bottom. So Gabe is now getting a second gather over the punty. The punty is a piece of glass which we shape and attach to the bottom of the piece so that we can transfer it from the blowpipe to the other side so that we can work on that opening. For this piece particularly, this punty is pretty big and pretty beefy so that it can withstand the force of spinning it around once we eventually open up this rondelle. So now the team is just getting ready to attach the puntee to the button on the piece. It's important for this puntee to be in the center of the piece so that when they spin it out, the cylindrical force spins it evenly and it doesn't get floppy and uneven. So now the artist just applies a little bit of water to the jackline of that piece. This water creates small stress fractures that allow the piece to break off from the initial blowpipe. With a piece this big, it's important to make sure you have enough water on that jackline so that the break is nice and clean. Just one tap releases that piece from its initial blowpipe. This allows the artist to work on the other side of the piece, where they will open it up and eventually spin it out. Once again, you guys, my name is Katie. I'm your MC, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have today. So right now they're using this wooden rod to kind of help the piece center itself while it's on the end of that pipe. Because the puntee that we just attached to the bottom, that piece of glass was hot and the big piece of glass is solid, it's kind of shifting. So this just helps them solidify together. As for your question about the wood, using wooden tools takes less heat out of the glass and allows you to work the glass for longer. Yeah, of course. So right here, the team is creating a rondelle. So a rondelle is essentially a big plate that they will spin out at the end, and it's going to be huge, as you can imagine, just the size of it right now. So as they take that piece out of the glory hole, he's using the jacks to begin opening the piece. Because the front of that glass is so thick, they use the fluffy torch to kind of help along the glass. This helps it heat up quicker so that they can focus on just that one area. So here the artist wads up a mass of wet newspaper on the end of this wooden stick, which allows him to kind of shape the inside of that lip in a better way. It helps them open it more than just the jacks would. So in addition to opening up the lip of the piece, using that wet newspaper on the outside of that stick helps prevent any marks transferring to the piece. For example, sometimes when you use jacks, you can get small little, they kind of look like scratch lines that end up on the piece. And to have absolute clarity in that glass, a lot of artists prefer to use this wet newspaper method. So now the artists are preparing to do the final heat before they finally spin out this piece. So the artists are using 2 different fluffy torches to add maximum heat to the sides of the piece so they can speed up the process of heating up the piece evenly. If they heated just the front, when they spun it out, it would end up kind of like a bowl shape and then like the flared end. But they want this to be completely flat, so it's really important that every piece of this glass is evenly heated. Uh-oh. So sometimes when we make things in glass blowing, it doesn't always go as planned, especially when you factor in the absolute mass of this piece. As soon as you start adding more and more and more layers to a piece, there's more room for error, just because everything has to be just right. So as you see when they're spinning it inside of the glory hole, it's very close to being the same size. So there's a very small amount of space that they can pull it out safely, and all the screens have to be removed at exactly the same time. It's hard to coordinate that between a lot of people. So sometimes it doesn't always go to plan, but in the grand scheme of it, things don't break often like this on the museum floor, so you guys did get to see a rare occurrence today. So here the glass artists are preparing to build another piece. So on the left bench, Ben is starting off by heating up color bar So color bar is just one of the ways that we apply color to the outside of clear glass. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So you'll notice Sarah's gathering out of the furnace. Everything we create here in the hot shop begins in the furnace. The furnace holds a ceramic crucible that holds up to 1,000 pounds of glass and sits at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. The consistency of the molten glass inside the furnace is similar to honey, which allows the artist to build up layers of glass that adhere to itself. So Sarah then blows air into the pipe and caps it with her thumb. That is trapping that air in the pipe, forcing it to expand in the bubble. This is called the initial starter bubble, and it's the first step to any blown piece in the hot shop, whether you're making a 7-gather rondelle or a 1-gather cup. It's all the same first step. If you came in through the Grand Hall, you've probably seen the paperweights from Paul Stankard. If you're wondering a little bit about how this process is done, we'll watch a video right now. Can we please see the Paul Stankard video?
And the narrowest hinge of my hand puts to scorn all machinery. This sentence is from one of Walt Whitman's most respected poems, Song of Myself. I'm Paul Stankard. I'd like to share with you the process and techniques that I have both perfected and developed. These techniques have enabled me to create this glass orb that I have titled Orchid Bouquet Cluster. The process that I use to create my botanical art, it's called flame working. And here I'm taking commercially available colored glasses, melting them into what I call material preparation. Here I'm making the green glass rods to press out leaves for the design. When I'm focusing on a blossom, I take advantage of colored glasses rolled into powder glasses, and that gives me a variety of shades. Here I'm focusing on the blossom. I'm taking the lip of the blossom and sealing sepals and petals onto the lip. And by heating the petals and shaping it, I'm developing a Paphiopedilum orchid. Once I have the blossom finished, I put it in an annealing oven and anneal it at 975 Fahrenheit so that it becomes stable. When I flame worked all the components, I bring them to the hot plate on my bench, and by keeping it hot with a Bunsen burner underneath, I attach the botanical components into the design. Once the components are finished into a design, I bring it to a pickup oven where it is going to be encapsulated in clear glass. My assistant is preheating clear glass to be dropped onto the colored glass design and encapsulate the orchids. We repeat the process with two halves sealed together and shaping it into the final orb. In the studio, I take advantage of two heat sources, the glory hole and the gas oxygen bench burner. The heat involved is upwards of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, shaping the glass into a sphere. By putting two halves together, I'm able to suggest the design is 360 degrees. Magnification plays an important role in the presentation of the design. Once the orb is shaped, it goes into the oven to anneal for 40 hours. Once the glass is annealed, it's then ground and polished to be finished.
So here Sarah just gathered out of the furnace again. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So the furnace contains a ceramic crucible that holds up to 1,000 pounds of glass. The furnace sits at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit and runs 24/7, 365. Sarah now uses a tool called the block to shape the glass into the rounded shape while melting the second layer and the first layer of glass together. This allows for an even heat so that when she blows the bubble up later, it blows out evenly. So Sarah now uses a device called a pipe cooler to cool down the pipe, preventing her hands from burning on the hot glass. If you're enjoying watching the glass blowing process and you'd like to see more when you're away, you can check out the Museum of Glass live stream. The live stream runs from Monday to Wednesday from 10 to 5 p.m. You can find it by looking on museumofglass.org or checking out the Museum of Glass YouTube channel. Once again, the live stream runs Wednesday to Sunday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. On the left bench, Gabe is just preparing the punty that will be used later in the process to transfer the piece from this blowpipe to the punty rod so that the other side is available to work on. Once again, my name is Katie. I'm your MC for the day, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. Right here, Corey is just using 2 paddles to shield the artist's hand from the heat that mass of glass is giving off. Because the full power of the glory hole is so hot, we have to use all of these doors to shield the heat from the artist as they're heating the piece. Once again, he just blocks the glass to melt the initial core of the glass and the outside layer together so that heat is nice and even, so when they blow up the bubble, it'll expand evenly. Right now on the middle bench, the artists are just waiting for the piece to cool down so that they can grab another gather out of the furnace. If you guys walked in through the Grand Hall, you probably saw the amazing paperweights by Paul Stankard. If you're wondering more about the process, you're in luck because we're about to watch a video. Can you please play the Paul Stankard video?
And the narrowest hinge of my hand puts to scorn all machinery. This sentence is from one of Walt Whitman's most respected poems, Song of Myself. I'm Paul Stankard. I'd like to share with you the process and techniques that I have both perfected and developed. These techniques have enabled me to create this glass orb that I have titled Orchid Bouquet Cluster. The process that I use to create my botanical art, it's called flame working. And here I'm taking commercially available colored glasses, melting them into what I call material preparation. Here I'm making the green glass rods to press out leaves for the design. When I'm focusing on a blossom, I take advantage of colored glasses rolled into powder glasses, and that gives me a variety of shades. Here I'm focusing on the blossom. I'm taking the lip of the blossom and sealing sepals and petals onto the lip. And by heating the petals and shaping it, I'm developing a Paphiopedilum orchid. Once I have the blossom finished, I put it in an annealing oven and anneal it at 975 Fahrenheit so that it becomes stable. When I flame worked all the components, I bring them to the hot plate on my bench, and by keeping it hot with a Bunsen burner underneath, I attach the botanical components into the design. Once the components are finished into a design, I bring it to a pickup oven where it is going to be encapsulated in clear glass. My assistant is preheating clear glass to be dropped onto the colored glass design and encapsulate the orchids. We repeat the process with two halves sealed together and shaping it into the final orb. In the studio, I take advantage of two heat sources, the glory hole and the gas oxygen bench burner. The heat involved is upwards of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, shaping the glass into a sphere. By putting two halves together, I'm able to suggest the design is 360 degrees. Magnification plays an important role in the presentation of the design. Once the orb is shaped, it goes into the oven to anneal for 40 hours. Once the glass is annealed, it's then ground and polished to be finished.
So James is now cooling down the pipe on the pipe cooler before bringing it over to the bench to block it. Cooling the pipe is an essential step because to be able to handle such a big piece of glass, you have to move your hand farther up the pipe. Because as you can imagine, it's really hard to hold the end of a pipe with a 50-pound mass of glass at the end. The glass is so heavy that it takes a team of 3 just to move this to one side of the shop to the other. Once again, you guys, my name is Katie. I'm your MC, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. So this entire process to make a rondelle, right here, because of the size we're making it, it'll take probably over 40 minutes. Because something of this size takes so long to just build the mass up with the gathers and the blowing and the cooling, it takes a long time. So if you were going to make a rondelle plate, say half the size, it'd probably take about 15 minutes to 30 minutes. So here the artist uses a tool called the papers, which is just folded up newspapers soaked in water to shape the edge of the glass as Gabe blows air into it. Here, the artist uses the jacks to create the jack line. The jack line is the initial break-off point where the glass will be removed later in the process and transferred to a separate rod so that the other side can be worked on. So here the artist is just cooling down the piece with pressured air so that it's cool enough to take another gather out of the furnace. This is going to be a very big rondelle. If you're enjoying the glass blowing process, you can also see from when you're not here. If you're ever wondering what's happening here in the Hot Shop, we live stream the process Wednesday to Sunday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. You can locate the link on our YouTube channel or search at museumofglass.org under the Hot Shop tab. So because the glass is so heavy, they need to use this machine over here by the furnace to help gather out, because it would be just way too heavy to carry by hand. If you took a stroll down Art Alley, you might have noticed the beautiful Kids Design Glass pieces. Kids Design Glass is a program that we do here at the museum where kids aged up to 12 can design a glass piece, and our amazing Hot Shop team brings it to life. Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen.